Welcome back, Heavenlies. This is Heaven's Army playing Final Fantasy XI, episode 76. I am gonna say on a boat, but I'm technically in a boat. Let's get out of here. I wanted to be nice and close, and then I forgot that I didn't pick up the item that would be there if I leave and come back. Never mind, we're leaving. How's everybody doing today? I again haven't had any time to play this game in between episodes, but I don't think I need to. There's nothing like happening where like I need to grind or I need to farm something or anything, so I think it's all good. A Curious Nobody and Ando looks claustrophobic. I don't have that ability either, so another human ability of emotion that I'm missing. Well, welcome back to both of you. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully all is doing well. I managed to finish another anime today called Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. And you're like, wait, what? Yeah, the name. Basically, one season, 12 episodes. I'll tell you my rating after I get there. I'm assuming we're warping back to where we were. That's because what we did at the end of the episode was unlock a crystal. You've heard of that one before? Canary reporting. Huh? Is that an anime? Either way, we're warping back to the crystal, because I think I understand what's going on there too. But I'll try to get the anime out of the way, and then I'll try to explain what we did last night, because now I know what's going on. Kaznar? Yeah, it's probably that. Is the map going to show where I am? Yes, this is exactly where we made it. We just made it over here, and then I just warped out. We can go in there. So the one season, 12 episodes, a comedy school supernatural anime about some Japanese urban legends and school wonders. Nene Yashiro summoning a ghost in the bathroom stall called Hanako to ask for a wish. And there's a bunch of like school wonders slash urban legend stuff. What is this? We can unlock this too? Cool. There's also another one of these teleports as well, unless this person is not allowing me to teleport. Lose you away? I did not. We walked in here. But either way, we're just going in the door and then further in for some story. Oh, I saw that. I caught that time. The old saying, canary in the coal mine. That's what you technically did. That's a very old saying. Stuff that actually happened. Where they would send a canary into a mine. And if it's poisonous and the canary doesn't come back out, then don't go in there. But if a canary comes back out, then it's safe to put humans in. That was quite the old technology. Surprised you know about that. You have to be hundreds of years old to know that, or did some history lessons. But yeah. Hold on, a cutscene? No, I'm taking an elevator. The stuff that's in this anime. There's a rude remark. Instead of a turn down. Bad magazine references, and with an S, there was a lot of them. I gotta go click on something in this room. So I got a resume point, a vertical, or I have to walk here to a higher floor. Oh, I guess I'm going to a higher floor. Easy peasy, okay. An insinuating comment. Then he teased her about it when she took it wrong. There is swearing. There is some scary moments. Blood. Gory stories. Chast references. Pervy moments. A BL moment caused by another legend. A guy accidentally looks up the MC Nene's skirt. I don't think we got a cutscene. I think we did that wrong, did we? We're supposed to click on something. I'm gonna go back in there? and see what happens, because I'm supposed to click on something and something's supposed to happen. Someone would carry it to the cage and warn with low oxygen. Yeah, that too. Right, that too. So, and poisonous stuff, since poison rises up. There's a whole bunch of stuff with that canary thing. It's kind of sad and scary. A past suicide story, and the pink-haired ghost said so much. I didn't even catch it all when he said it all. Scary-looking ghosts, slight sad moments. Should I have a comma there? Probably. And it went from a 1, which was I like this anime, to a 0 when the pink-haired ghost showed up. They went a little too far with the words that he said. I'm supposed to click on something in this room. No, I'm not leaving. I'm supposed to go here and then go through another door. I'm gonna go through this door. And then something's supposed to happen. Because, yeah, go through door and then go down. Like, don't go back up the elevator like we already did. There's a resume point and a goblin footprint. Either way, so I was enjoying it until the pink-haired ghost showed up, which was pretty late in the anime. Anyway, I like the artwork. The text is dubbed, and the Terminator reference was pretty good. And I gave it a rating of 0. And I also started watching, I'm going to start to watch, haven't started yet, The Eighth Son. Are you kidding me? That's the title. Because the title made me laugh, I'm gonna take a look at it. Other than that, I can finally close out of this thing, and then get back to the game at hand. So yeah, Ando, you gotta go through the door, don't take the elevator back up to where you came from, and run down here. I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't notice, but it's quite obvious. Once we ended up to the same spot, we did something wrong. But come on back. Ominous poster and examine the cutscene. Just gonna keep hitting down as much as I can. But yeah, no problem. I just wasn't thinking. And wasn't paying attention. But yeah, so what happened last episode was... I wrote down in the comments, or at least my thingy, my description, what I assume is going on. I'm probably correct. Is that fish? I could go fishing? That the guides and the maps are so big and so large now that my awesome helpers, who's been helping me forever, is getting to the point where it's like, yeah, I can't type to you in chat right now. This guide is huge. So I'm not getting any information. And even if I ask questions, they can't quite stop and type because they're trying to figure out all the things, so I'm left out of the loop. I got 2 people helping me, 2 different guides, clearly they're using. And it's all just spinning around. But I just took one person saying, and then they're like, let's just go this way and skip it all, and I'm like, cool, let's give that a shot, and it worked out, which I'm glad for. So yeah, just that. After the episode, I'm like, what was going on? And they're like, this allows us to skip that fight. So that fight that we were supposed to do, which will drop a key item, and then we go click on something, it'll teleport us here. That's what's supposed to happen. But we skipped that fight because it wasn't there and it didn't show up. So we skipped it. That's what happened, from what I can glean out of all my information and finally getting to ask questions after we were done, when we were all done just guiding our way through the guide. So, to think our foe lies beyond this door. But Mortimer and Darcy aren't here yet. I wonder what's keeping them. Best to wait for them? No, I don't want to wait. We gotta go in. We'll kick their butt. Heavens, remember how I made you promise not to go on without me? What would it say about me if I went behind his back? Same thing. Because they're here, that's why. That's why I want to go in. I've been editing the wiki to make things more accurate. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a full-time job too. Because, I'm thinking the things that you're reading is huge. Oh, and another omission on the wiki. Hello, Lopple. Welcome to Final Fantasy XI. I'm in the middle of a cutscene, chatting and talking about things. But welcome, I see you're here, I believe for the first time. So welcome. Darcy, what's wrong? Did something happen? Yeah, where's the old man at? You must not go. You must not go any closer. Oh, back up? It's too late. Lopel just followed. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Heaven's Army. I can't control it. It's too late. Did he get warped in with us? Good. So yeah. For the next fight, it says click on door for fight, completely ignoring you have to talk to the guard for a cutscene first. Click on the guard for a cutscene first. Cool. I'll go talk to a guard after I'm done this. Heaven's Army and Narcelia. How many moons has it been? I don't know. Besides, you're not him, you're Hades now, so... I see that, one of your ragtag entourages is conspicuously absent. Yeah, no matter. Name's not Melvin, it's Hades. No man is born into this world without sin. We all have darkness in our hearts, yet some tuck it away better than others. Tuck it away better than others. That's what I do? Men are born into the world whole, but their spirits live on, even as their bodies crumble into dust. Can you do me a favor? I play on Ashura. I'd like to go to a lower level server, but not to a very low server. Can you do a SAE? All when you can. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a brand new Final Fantasy player. I know Ashura is another server. I have no idea there was higher or lower servers. Are you talking about those extreme servers? The old-fashioned, they only allow you to go up to such a high level? Because if you're talking about that, I have no idea. All I had was I heard about that. He's asking how many people are on when you do a CO. Oh, that's what you're doing. No lower level population. 503 is on right now. And it's usually between 450 and 500 people? Oh, cool. So, yeah, the two people who's talking to you, Lopel, they know this game. I am a brand new... This is my second MMO in my entire life. So I don't know what I'm doing in this game. Other than standing in a cutscene and not talking. But yeah, I have no... When you say fancy words, I'm like, what? So yeah, they'll help you out, because I can't. I can only guess. My server's between 3K and 4K. That's a lot of people. That's good, isn't it? Or is that bad? I don't know what the rules are for MMOs. I guess too many people would take up all your stuff that you want to do, so maybe too many people is bad. But you want lots of people to be able to help you, so it's a 50-50 it seems. Anyway, what was Hades talking about? I kind of ignored him. I wish he was talking in the background, and I could just ignore them all. Siren used to be really big? Oh, so I picked Siren because it was the best server ever, right? They float through time and space, some days, some weeks, some centuries, till they are eventually given life again. Spirits never know release from their torment, all owing to the gloom that resides within each of us. Hades doing like a Hades spiel to me? Can we just fight now, Hades, and like I just remove you from the game? That'd be great. They're all ethereal beings, stretching from existence to pointless existence. Yet if we try to tie the ends together, to close the circle, we discover only that they extend further than our hands can reach. What is the purpose of life if it's inevitable the destination is despair? Well, you're just so gloomy and dark, dude. There's so much more to be doing than just thinking about the gloom in the end. Anyway, this is Hades, I guess. I pity those lost souls who will never attain true awareness, and thus I have no choice but to snuff each lone candle out. And once the task is done, I will rebuild a new, more natural order. Hades wants to take out everybody and then try to build his own world again? How many bad guys want to keep doing this stuff? When they're all like, the world is all sad, I want to try to destroy everybody and then see if I can make people not sad. Something along those lines. How many bad guys have I fought now like that? You mean to? How is that evil? By bringing death, I create new life. It's not yours to be ending. And the only way to save a spirit is to annihilate it. Vanadil is a fickle place. Despite your endless meandering, you occasionally give life to exceptional individuals, an awakening. Your much lauded August was one such man. He was awakened, was he? And these anomalies across the ages are spiritual leaders, erudite sages, ferocious generals, and more. Perhaps you are the same, perhaps not. Maybe you are a sign sent to guide me on the right path. You, Hades? I don't think we're here to help you. Well, I mean, the only path I'm planning on sending you is back down where you should be at. There are things that even someone with endless hosts, like myself, does not know. Will you be the ones to open the gates to paradise? We're back to the gates of paradise again? Listen to me. Bleating like a foal. Doesn't sheeps or whatever bleat? Anyway, what a weird, odd word to add in the middle of a game. They all used to be big plus 3 times more servers. So, good, bad? I don't know. I'm just playing the game, and when I beat it, I'll be done. With millions of people playing, or just me. You have come to stop me, have you not? Of course I have. August did the same. Do the lot of you not realize how absurd this is? Surely you cannot mean to succeed. If you know not your place, then I shall show you. With my pink eyes, and my pink outfit, and my pink Cora, and my pink everything! And my wings that I've seen other people have before. Cool. Despair at the full futility of your struggle. What happened? Oh, he came out of nowhere! If you wouldn't have dropped rocks on him, you could have probably got him. But you dropped rocks on him and it gave away your position. He's not a ninja. Gotta give him credit. That was very good, but warriors are clumsy and drop rocks when they attack. Or their pockets or something. It would serve you better to put more weight into your blade than your war cries. Did he make a war cry? Oh, he did say grah! He made a noise too. You should never make a noise. Stop spitting out filth and fight like a man. Well, okay. I got blasted. Boromir? I tried to stop them from entering, but it was too late. There's no way we can fight him like this. We can't? Darcy, take Heavens and the princess and get out of here. You're not staying behind, by your word. Don't leave him behind. But why? With all of us here, we surely we can. It's not about the feeding to the last, Arcelia. There's a reason for... never take your eyes off a battle. Fire roundhouse kick? Fatal mistake, let your guard down, fool! Indeed, I just said that. Except a little nicer. Skills to kill? Wow, I wish I had skills like that. Just rated your channel with 2 viewers? Thank you so much for that, skills. I mean, skiz, not skills. Well, I wrote down skills. My brain saw skills. Skiz to kill? You've been here before. That name sounds so familiar. Anyway, maybe not. But hey, welcome. I'm just trying to remember everybody's names, and it's getting a lot now. After 5 years, apparently my brain can only handle so many names. But thank you for that raid still. Really appreciate that. I'm assuming you're playing... Was here the other day. Good, I thought so. But... you never know. Anyway, are you playing this game right now as well? Boromir? Right, he's alright. I just got roundhouse kick with fire, don't worry about it. Don't underestimate this old man, demon spawn. And old you are indeed. Think you're clever, do you? Well, he is old. Not at the moment, was going to pick it up. If you played many MMOs and are accustomed to old school hard games, then I say go for it. And if you can read a guide or have somebody help you, then you're set. If you're trying to solo this game and not use a guide, like me, you will be doomed. Trust me, this game is practically impossible to solo without a guide. It's near. I don't think it's impossible, but it's pretty close. Maybe I'm not half the man I once was, but I've got wisdom now I didn't then. Don't pretend to be all high and mighty with that roundhouse kick. But I got all the way to the battle, the last battle. Then the boss said no. What do you mean no? Oh, as you waited, you made it that far ahead of us? Rebel. Anyway, hopefully we'll catch up to you soon then. Darcy, you gonna stand there agape? Or get your hide out of here and like I asked. Go, I can only protect you for so long. And you two, I need ya to trust me on this one. Throwing a bunch of words at ya as explanation isn't gonna help. Leave while you can. I've got a little someone taking care of things for me. There's a dragon helping you? The next two fights are fairly straightforward, and then it gets rough after that. Thanks for making my adorable cat dance, by the way. I should be able to hold him out until you haul your butts out of here. Resist all you want, stubborn. I shall delight all the more once your spirit is finally broken. Wow. Looking like a true Hades demon spawn. I'm on. But you can't. You mustn't. I said on. I said on. Oh, I miss. Roundhouse fire kick number 2. Most likely. Is he okay? He's just holding back, is he? I wonder what's going on here. What is he plotting? I know your type, Mormere. You stand tall and true, knowing you have played your role in this charade. Since both you and Ando something for the final fight. Oh. You can catch up to me, as you should check your delivery box. Okay. Remind me again in case if this cutscene goes on for a while, and then I forget. Just say delivery box again, or you know, the box, Google box, whatever's easier to type. Mail, check mail, anything, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I got a thingy. I'll try to lock that in my brain too somewhere. So the best way to get rid of you is by slaying your friends? Hey, gonna fire that at us? Oh, he's so powerful, he's making the screen shake. Mega Ultra Blizzard. What's coming after us? Protect Arcelia. I mean, I only had a split second to figure it out. And I was like, which one? Oh. Yikes, that was a bit close. That looked like that could have hurt. Got him in a headlock. Nice. Squeeze. Squeeze more. Mormere. Why? Are your ears stuffed with cotton? Run while you can! And abandon you to this monster? No, together we stand. Don't run foolishly into death, Darcy. I've taught y'all, that's easier, to you need to. No. Now get your mangy hide out of here. Hack. Yeah, that probably he did something. Oh, fire blade out of his hand. Darcy cannot maintain his anger. For once, would you just listen? A bit overconfident throwing away your weapon, hmm? Don't you think? He's a bit sassy, this Hades. Get away! Leave now! Stubborn to the last. You shouldn't be saving your master. You should be listening to him. Get him out of here. Darcy's like, hard decisions. HEAVENSARMY, I want to help him too. I want to stand strong. I don't have to listen to him. What happens? If we fight, we die? Really? Oh, I had a Hades flashback. You heard him. We got to escape before it's too late. Quick, climb on. If we fight, we gotta leave it to him, or we all die. But we can't. No, literally, I just had a flashback of us dying if we fight. Princess, you heard him. If we do not leave now, then we all die. True. That that vision of what could happen. Yeah, let's not push visions that show up when you make a choice. Yeah, you just go the opposite way. Take to me, if you say so. As long as I'm keeping him occupied, you should be able to burst through the door. Cool. May the wind be at your back, Darcy. Boromir, please forgive us. Indeed. Why do people have to do this? And apparently if we fight, we die. How long do you plan on clinging to your pitiful existence? Yeah, you can do like Handblade, which is not fair. Gurk. That Hades' real name? Did someone show you how to resist me for so long? Tell me, Boromir. What have you learned? That's a good question. But what would I gain from telling you? It matters little. You have been a thorn in my side for too long. Icked, says him. I thought it was mere resilience, but I underestimated your resolve. What unworldly forces has the betrayer given you? The betrayer? Survive you might, but your soul will never again know solace. You grab his leg? I will release you from such painful shackles, Boromir. Have you any last words? Who wish the ages to record? I've got no words for you, other than these. Well then, you do have words. The next generation will come for you, no matter how much flesh you flay from this corpse. I'm glad I could sacrifice myself, just like August did. Oh, zoom in evil Hades face, whoa! Getting a little serious. I think we lost Boromir. I don't think he let him go. His name is Hades. So we fought, we would have died. I'm not gonna get any stronger, so... Oh, the vampire. HEAVENSARMY, you look quite pale. And with the Lady Arcelia in tow. Nothing pleases me more to see you have successfully escaped. Whoops. I've been waiting for you. Theodore? Yeah, exactly. One of you is missing. What is that supposed to? No. No need to be so defensive. The two of us have a history of camaraderie together. Do we not, HEAVENSARMY? We do. You cheated and I had to buy a thing so I could not play you against that game. Cheater. we're mortal enemies because I had to find another way to beat you. Sitting at the next I don't even know, but I'm thinking you mean battlefield. Entrance. I was trying to say it as you typed it, but I don't think I can. I am not now, nor have I ever been, your enemy. It may seem strange, Princess, but I guarantee he is on our side. You guarantee this? I have much to speak of, and this is not a safe place to do so. Let us head to the summit of Mount Camir, where the most holy of dragons awaits. I shall meet you there. Okay. I don't understand. What could dear Theodore want? I cannot fault your trepidation, but we must make haste. This land is not safe for us anymore. Even the land is not even safe? Crazy. Well, we're here. I got blasted with ice. And it missed me. That's awesome. Usually never happens. Going north. Sounds like a plan. So yeah, with that anime done, I've got lots of things to say about Yu-Gi-Oh! And Arknights, but I'll just leave that be. And I got nothing to say about 11. So let's hope some stuff happens. Yeah, that's all I can say. Let's hope things just keep happening. Has anything happened to you two? Have you done anything fun while I am not playing Final Fantasy 11? Because like a lot of downtime for me between episodes with 11. And some games, like when I play them, whoa, Ando did a magical trick. He hit the wall, he turned right, I looked to the right, and then he teleported away. Because I looked back right after, and he teleported. I love it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The tricks of the eye won't fool me. This is a really good MMO. Wish it was more modern. I agree. I said that many, many times in this episode. And no, this entire playthrough. Not this episode. This entire playthrough. It would happen. What happened was, on my screen, you literally go back south a bit. Oh, I'm trying. On my screen, you hit a wall, you went left, then you 180'd and went right, and then I was right before that turn, and then I looked to the right, and then you didn't show up in like 2 seconds, so I looked to the left and you were gone. And that's what happened on my screen. Now, you may not have done exactly what I seen. That's what Final Fantasy 11 showed me. 18-year-olds is a very good run, most likely. Indeed it is. And going on, people still play and enjoy this game. Very good run. I'm okay with the graphics, because it's not like hurting my eyes because everything's blurry. But, oh, I should check where Ando went. Okay, cool. It's other things. I would like to see an update too. But yeah, if you play the game, I'll be curious to see what you say. Because, I don't know, I am of a younger generation. Apparently, older generation does not agree with what I say. But I'm curious to see if you play it too and you pick up on the same things that I noticed. As a live streamer, if you're a gamer, I've already said this 100 times, if you're a gamer, then this game is fine. If you're not doing something for entertainment and focus, and you can literally sit down for 24 hours and fish, then you're playing the game and you're having fun. I agree. I've already said it too many times. But if you're like me, it's different. So yeah, either way, I'm curious. You have a problem with the way they went about making the game force cooperation. I do, because nothing in a video game should be forced. You shouldn't be forced to do anything. At all. And that's every video game, not just this game. Again, being forced, being told to do something, or being told that you can't. I'm pretty sure you should be able to be like, oh, I understand what you're trying to say. In general rule of thumb, being told to do something, being told you can't do something, or being forced to do something very specific, it means that you're no longer playing the game, you're just being grabbed along and dragged along. Again, yes, we've already gone over this is a different MMO from a bygone time. They tried something different, and people like it. And as a live streamer, I'm just not on that same level playing field. So yeah, either way, I hope Lawful gives it a whirl and see what happens. That's how it should roll. Forgive me for saying this, HEAVENSARMY, but your tenacity to be one step behind seems to be little literal as well as figurative. Yeah, always one step behind Heaven's Army. Where to begin? Why start with more ephemeral topics when we can focus on someone close to our hearts? Boromir. Is he just a shadow clone or something? But if we take things out of order, then their heads will spin so fast they'll go tumbling right off the cliff. Mountain? I suppose that means I must lead you toward the most uncomfortable truth. You cannot defeat Hades as things stand. And I need you to carefully listen to the reason. Okay, there's something else going on, huh? In his quest to keep himself from dissipating into nothingness, Hades engraved a piece of himself onto the souls of each member of the Zol. Oh, okay, that's what's happening. My first MMO before WoW, spent lots of time in the game. First MMO on a console. You played it on the, I know it came out on the PS2. Did it come out on another console? Because, that would have been back in, like, the 2002, 2001, 2002 era. And however long it stayed out on the console. Interesting. So you do have, at least, you do have game experience on the Xbox as well. Sweet. I think they've improved a bunch of things. To other people, it's the opposite. But I think they have improved some things since the original. So you might come back and be like, whoa, I can summon Trust and defeat this thing solo now? Yeah, stuff like that. Dreamcast. It also came out on the Sega system called the Dreamcast? Really? Because that system seems even older than PS2, but like it probably is the same era. Interesting. In his quest to keep himself from... Oh, I've already read this. How would he go about doing that? It is not as particular a technique as you might surmise. Why, it's the same technique as that's used by the key of the Founder King's grave, passed on from each generation to the Order of Adoulin to the next. The key princess was passing once witnessed. That little symbol? The key engraved the soul of Ignis himself, was also once handed over to Heaven's Army temporarily. You mean... one and same. Hades used a similar ritual to create blood sigil on the spirits of his three most trusted underling. Blood sigils. Pretty dark. EverQuest? Is that a game I should be playing as well? I just want to know, like, when people start talking games, I'm like, I hope they recommend games for me. If EverQuest was on the Dreamcast, then it was close. Interesting. Most sinister, no? But as long as they exist, you cannot vanquish Hades. But we defeated them, but they only, like, fell over, and we're like, we'll come back, and it's just like, great. We gotta go defeat them again? I don't understand. The sigils are inexorably intertwined, not just with those, what do they call them? Trolls. Yeah, but with Hades' soul itself. These sigils not only provide entry to the Turris, but they are an armor stronger than the thickest mithril. The trolls are inscribed with these profane marks. Any harm inflicted upon Hades mars instead the flesh of those three abominations. Then our attacks against him was just harming them? Did not work. As you have doubtlessly noticed, his flesh is impervious and organs unblemished. But those sigils serve another purpose. They are symbols of the troll's total fealty. How could they be anything less? Hades has engraved himself upon their very souls. Edor, why do you know all this? Please tell me. Well, he's the other missing one, isn't he not? Final Fantasy was the first? You just looked it up? GG Square for being the first. That much I thought I unraveled, that unraveled has come twisting back to me. I'm back to you? No, you can't mean. I do. It prevents me from heading towards Hades' domain. As I said, there are symbols of absolute fealty. As it was then. The blood sigil takes a hold of me once more. Do you have to take out our vampire friend? Why am I jumping? Why is my character reacting? Yeah, or am I just... I don't think I'm, like, null to the game. Like, I have feelings. I have, like, happy and stuff. And I can get shocked. And stuff. But I feel like I understand what's going on in this game, so, like, it's not shocking. Shocking has to be something that came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like, none of this is coming out of nowhere. And I'm able to, like, oh, he's the fourth and missing one. And stuff like that. It's just like, why is my character going like, whoa, because does he not get anything? The one in this game? Surely you understand now, Princess. 6 months later is when I get out of this cutscene. Because I keep stopping and reacting to it and reading chat. Oh, well, you two are talking about something that happened back in 2001 and 2. I think they just want the character to give some kind of reaction. But to literally almost fall over to a thing that I already guessed? Would you almost fall over even though, like, or is he just completely like, I had no idea what was going on up until he finally told me? Because I'm like, huh, weird, I'm not reacting like him. Should I be? Though he once served under the monster, he is now one of the 7, the undying Nakual. In the flesh. Theodore, a Nakual? Yes. Seijida and Boromir have long protected Ulbuka from that which sought to engulf it, and so too have I. In the age of the Founder King, I had originally pledged my life to Hades. I came to embrace August, and all he stood for. How do you pledge fealty to one person, but not? And now I stand before you. Basically immortal, almost dressed up like a vampire, and when Boromir bid you flee from the turrets, he was not acting irrationally, far from it. I am the reason for his action. But how? Why? Because the blood sigil prevented me from laying siege myself. No. When I caught wind that he was making haste for the turrets, I cut him off, revealed the truth. Forgive my squawking like a colibri, repeating the same phrase thrice over, but Hades cannot be vanquished as long as the sigils are manifest. Yeah, we gotta take out your sigils, and possibly you. Well, I do like, now I can enjoy the story without being rushed. Indeed. Indeed. A reaction that programming fantasy nerds would give, I guess. They don't know how normal people... Whoa! Ando! Are you saying people who play Final Fantasy are not normal people? What are you saying there? Anyway. I'm just trying to catch you in your own words. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'm a nerd, so I can say this. Oh, is that... You're a nerd, but nerds are normal people too. And what am I? Like, seriously, what am I? I need you to describe me. Am I not also a nerd? Or what? Or am I not? Somebody has to tell me now, because I thought I was one. So yeah, tell me. No, we're weird offshoot beings of people. Oh, really? I like to disagree to that and defend all the nerds, all the other nerds out there, just saying that we're not weird offshoots. At all. I want to defend honor here. So yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. How can you call something a battle when the enemy's victory is already assured? Indeed. I was not but honest. Had you fought alongside him in that struggle, all would have been consumed and lost. I guess the DC launch didn't go through. Can't find any info on it. Read about the article probably 20 years ago. Yeah, I want to be shunned though. Why do you want to be shunned? I'm trying to protect you from also all the angry nerds rising up from somewheres and being like, hey, back in whatever year in Heaven's Army's live stream, we caught wind of you. Heaven's Army was defending us. We heard that you called all of us offshoots from being normal. And then you have to fight all of them. I'm trying to stop you from having to fight all of them. I'm trying to put my shield up for you. Anyway, I just think, I don't know how to react to a reaction like my character, that's all. Because I can't react like him. He overreacted to something that we already established. And even if you could take a guess and be like, oh, wow, I guessed it right, whoa. Not literally jump back and, and anything. Nerds Unite didn't happen. Doesn't happen. Are you sure? Are you sure? They could rise up any moment. They're just waiting for someone to say the wrong thing at any time. And who knows where they are? They might not own their own site that you all use all the time. You just didn't know that they were nerds. Yeah. Anyway, gonna call out to somebody. You'll never guess what site I guessed, but I'm guessing. So yeah. Anyway, I'm safe. No, they're too busy playing weird games like this one? I guess you meant busy. I don't know how you mistypoed B-U-S-Y. Oh, okay, the letter's right beside the Y. Be cautious, nobody. I have to deny your thing. But I know you meant busy. I had not but honest. I was not but honest. Oh, I already read this. Put down the staff now. And confronted face to face, engaged with death itself, escape would have been utterly impossible. We're too busy playing other games. There you go. I got you. I kind of figured. I can siphon out some people's typos. Someone had to stay here and confront him, alone, so that the rest would survive, to take out the other sigils. In a word, I sentenced him to death. I confided that the only way for you to survive was for him to sacrifice himself. You're all nerds, says Malice, one of the biggest nerds ever. In a word, and do you know how he replied? I got no problem giving my life if that means protecting those dear to me. How fitting. I don't like people sacrificing themselves. Boromir, why did you have to suffer alone? Why couldn't we find a plan? Like, we should stop talking and start removing sigils now. And why is the stereotype of nerds being smart? All of them. I wonder. Like, I don't remember all of the things that are out there now. All of the titles that could very well be. But, yeah, I don't know. I think you are a nerd as well now. Oh no. You surely understand the implications. Have toppled both Asherak and Dopemark. To them, the marks are a blessing, but to me a curse. The Hades will not go quietly into the night as long as any of the marks survive. There is only one way. You must wrest my mark from me as well. Did we wrest the mark from the other two? They were defeated before and they came back. You're a geek? Just more titles again. More other titles. I see. In the same way as the Hallowed August did so many centuries ago. Yet here is not the place for bloodshed. Let's go somewhere more appropriate. Here. I'll warp you there. I await you in the Rollowa waterways. The Rollowa water, whatever, and the Water Garden Coliseum. And Princess, I forbid you from taking part. With a mark to be extinguished, I must challenge Heaven's Army with the utmost rancor. I understand. But I have one request, though. I cannot take part. I would like to be present, as one of Augustus' heirs. I fear your bravery outstrips your wisdom here, Arcelia. You may not like what you see. I won't shy away from my people's future. Spoken like a true leader. The next I see you, be on the field of battle. Ah, cool. I don't mind taking him out. He's a cheater at that game. I take out cheaters who cheat in those games. Theodore was always struck me as being more than he let on. Yeah, we all called him a vampire the second we saw him. We all screamed vampire at the same time when we saw him. But never would I have imagined he lived during the time of the Founder King. Really? I was making cracks about that the whole time. You knew each other? I thought he was a libertine myself. You knew each other? In a word, yes. I had been lost in thought in the library when he gave me a kind word and an encouraging nod. Ever since then, he always been there, listened to my troubles. It was he who suggested that I register at the Pioneers Coalition so I could leave for the jungle more formally. He was almost mystical, yet he was very down to earth and accepted me for all my flaws. Wait, I have to choose? I thought it was a libertine myself. I have to choose that? Isn't that a little mean? I mean, like, yeah, I didn't want to choose it as well. But given that Pioneer always spread rumors about him drowning in drink and gambling at the Murmurs Coalition, I can't fault you for thinking that. I was never thinking that. I had to choose that. If you ask me, his blending in with the citizens of Adoulin was too much of a risk. Right as I would forget about him, he would come bounding up the mountain with fanciful tales of the sights he saw and people he met. A youngling again he seemed to be, as if the centuries of his life touched him not. Whoa, Art, you're here really early. Day off from work? I hope so. Welcome back. Least you be fooled, HEAVENSARMY. He is unlike any of the other Nakuals. Of course he's not. You had faced. He is way tougher. Never let your guard down for an instant. And if you cannot even best the man in black, rest assured that Hades will grind your bones into dust and come for your eastern homeland, so fight with both vim and vigor. He expects no less of you, or do I. I can't fight in this battle. I would win too easily. I am a dragon, after all. You have proven your mettle before, and a warrior such as he, who brought the Founder King to a standstill. I will show you no quarter. What? Anyway, he's gonna be challenged, I guess. Remove the curse the Dreadlord has placed upon him. Go, death awaits for no man. Death awaits for no man. So I'm going to F7 in eastern Adoulin, enter the Raloa waterways, and proceed to the center. Hello. Yeah, sort of. Gore won't do anything till you click on the guard at the cutscene. And when you get down, check the Moogle mail. Oh, right! I forgot that. I'm gonna go check the Moogle mail right now. Am I going to talk to a guard, or am I going down to eastern Adoulin? Because I'm still, like, questioning about this guard person who I need to talk to first. So the guard is next to the door. Okay, nothing to worry about then. I thought that, like, a guard was like somebody somewhere else, and you don't talk to them, you run all the way down to Raloa waterway places, and then you gotta go all the way back and talk to one person and then move on. But it's not. Okay, that's all good. It's all good. Hey Art, how does it feel to have that nice shiny 1 by your name? And if no one was here, you have a nice shiny purple, no, pink, purple ribbon. Present by his name? Yeah, I'll go with that. Delivery box. Receive. Oh, I got some more stuff sold? That's hilarious. What is this? Oh, right. Never mind. I was like, what is this? Supply table. Furnishing. A simple yet practical wooden table with compartments for storing crafting materials. Oh, we got one of those thingies. There you go. And a vial elixir. This potion instantly restores some HP and MP. We need this, do we? Can't hold one item of that type. Apparently I already have a vial elixir, so just take it with me, and then I can leave that there and then put it back in my inventory? I can do that. Sure. Oop, I packed it too much. First, give my storage thingy to the Moogle. The little table thing. Thanks for the table, because we were talking about this before. And my vial elixir could be anywhere at this point. I used to be organized, and then I became unorganized. Okay, so my potions are here. There you go. Okay, cool. I got my vial elixir and that one, and I have one in the store. I do try to save things. I do try to be a good boy. Oh, I forgot to dispense elixirs while I was while I was here. Oh, I can't do it inside my house. And second of all, let's do the thingy that I was going to do. Layout. Click on you. Layout again. Log save. A supply table. Cool. So now with that supply table, I would like to put some stuff on that table. Mog locker, mog satchel. I'm assuming one of these numbers... it went from 30 to 38. Am I correct on that? Take those elixirs and put them in your mog case, or sack, or whatever. It's in... I think my storage increased from 30 to 38. But you want me to put them in where I had them before. I got too many. Why did I take this elixir away? I can't take this with me, can't I? Yeah, not until I sell the other one. Okay. Yeah, don't use it till the fight of Adoulin. Oh, okay. Just don't use it just yet. Gotcha. Well, cool. We got some elixirs that we may need to use per battle. It's gonna be that tough, is it? That makes me question things. Careful using regular elixirs in a fight, they disable you for 20 seconds. Oh no, I'm selling my elixir. I'm not bringing that or using that. I will be selling it. Because I got a thing that dispenses elixirs. So I want to get rid of that, stack up all my elixirs, and now I got rid of one item that used to take up 2. I went too far. I might just go to Windy Woods and sell the thing anyway. Yeah. Vital elixirs are instant. Awesome, cool. I'm just gonna sell it just in case if I accidentally use it for some reason. A new challenge, open up doors. Oh, I would be so good at doing that challenge. One door opened already. Are we done with the hatcheting and the sickling and the pickaxeling? Because I would love to get rid of that inventory. I can sell this? Cool. Do not sell that. Add more. Add 3, of course. I'm not probably ever going to get a monk, samurai, or ninja up to 99. I really don't think, and even if I did, I'd rather get the whatchamacallits. And the bewitched thing that can get sold to. Yeah, that. I'll use up those and sell all the things, and then I'll sell the tank later. Cool, I am being lazy. Faithful legs? Fouled water? Sweet. I am not gonna sell everything on my live stream. And I'm gonna go talk to that goblin now. I forgot to do that. Oh, I'm nowhere near my goblin. I'm still warping to him. I'll wait till last mission should be... which should be today? I hope so. My bad, I should have had this done a while ago. Trade. The trade ready to go now. I missed who I wanted to trade to. Show me the sweet item that I'm going to get this time. It's a rivet? Is that like the Bioshock rivet gun rivet? Maybe, we'll find out. And this iron rivet is charred black. Cool. Exciting. Yeah, I could probably put it in my Bioshock gun. Go to Adoulin, go to Eastern Adoulin, and then go to, I believe, the northern place thingy? I'm always lost when I warp here. Because I'm so used to just taking these warps. Great. Oh, if I am where I'm supposed to be, then I don't even need to warp. I just need to take a right and go where I need to go. For dark artifact armor. Well, that actually makes sense. That rivet actually makes sense because that also puts armor together too. So yeah, that makes all the sense. I believe I'm in the right area. Oh, Hondo's here as well. Never mind. I was about to look for you, but no need. Open door. Cast sneaks. If you cast it there, you might get shoved through the door. When the door opens. Oh, we were like in sync with our magic casting. That was cool. Follow Ando to where probably nobody is. Oh, we're here already. I thought this would have been a little bit longer of a run. Talk to the guard first. Ah, visible. So Yiga is like hosting the fight? We just walk up. Tell me, stars in the sky. What do they think? What do you think they are? Burning masses of light and energy? They dot the black sky, providing thousands of little lights to shine down on the cold winter's EU. But in reality, they are each separate worlds, not unlike our own. Stars got their own worlds? I don't believe that. At least that's what some sages so outlandishly claim. Yeah, they're wrong. Don't want to burst their bubble, but if they try to land on a star, they'll probably ignite up. They might not even make it close to it. Anyway, when you gaze at the night, have you ever thought about how blessed you are that they exist? I actually haven't really thought that deep about the nighttime sky. But, sure, we can go down that route if you want me to. I have no problem with that. The winds may shift, the lands may quake, and gods are born and die, but the stars remain forever unchanging. That's also very untrue. But whatever, moving on. He's a vampire. He's only a couple thousand years old. And during the day, when black waxes blue, have you ever pondered the glory of the daytime? No, I don't have thousands of years to watch nighttime shift to day and ponder all these things. I only have like however many years humanity lives have, okay? I know you've been around for a long while and can do this, but we can't. Here we sit, underground, surrounded from top to bottom, left to right, by stone walls that block the sky from view. Yet the blue sky and starry night wait patiently for us to take but one more step above ground. You find that to be an unwavering truth, do you not? No, that does not unwaver me one bit. I am going to step outside and go, look at that, the sky is blue today. Pretty. And then, when am I going to defeat that Hades guy is what I'm going to say. He's doing his immortal vampire flex. Yes, he is. He's flexing a little too hard, and I am not standing for it. Anyway, my pink mage is back, so yeah, we're not going to allow him to flex at all in front of me. Michael Wilson, welcome back. Please tell me you got your Final Fantasy 11 Xbox thing. Is it working? Because I did put them on. They are activated, but I didn't see anything to like add them or customize them. But they are on. Once I clicked the dashy and said turn them on, you found the chat commands. I did, but nothing happened on my end. All it said was followage, and then you found them. Not yet. Not cool. Would that life were that simple? I mean, you can make it that simple if you wish. Not that you take to be given. Not that you take to be given is not the case for others. Not what you take. Oh. Permit me to reminisce about the past before we duel. Yeah, okay, fine. Hold me up in this cutscene. About the time I first met the entity known as Hades, it was not always known by that name. I was but a loyal follower. My memory beyond that time is hazy, but I do recall that much. Oh, another picture. He was a man of ambition. A man with a lust for power and an influence. History talks of kings and emperors, of soldiers and generals, but the desires to leave their mark for future generations pale in comparison to his. He commanded huge swaths of the populace, and his presence divine, and I, too, chose to follow in his path. Mistakes were made. I respected, adored, and envied him. I see. In his search for a way to attain the unattainable, he found the truth. The truth of how to overcome his mortal shell and become something greater. Joining up with the demons or whatever, like all bad guys always do. become more than human? He stepped beyond the boundaries known to men and discovered a realm beyond our own. A different realm? Yes, he named it Tartarus. That is also the approximate time he began referring to himself as Hades. Tartarus and Hades? I don't know my lore, but I'll still fight bad guys. Not content to merely discover a new land, he began to gather servants that would bend totally to his will. You want to try to get my Xbox remote working? I've tried everything long. You already made it past step 1. Step 2 is to go on Steam, go to your library, click on Final Fantasy 11, and then click the play button. And then 3 options appear. And then I want you to click not the game clearly, but the first config, and then fool around with all of that. Add the controller, and then go to the controller, and then assign the buttons. And then because you have an Xbox, you gotta activate that X input or whatever it is to activate that it's an Xbox controller and not another one. And then save and close it of that one, and then click on the second config, and then add the controller again, and add the buttons again, and then config it, and add the Xbox thingy again, and then see if it works, and then hit OK. And then your controller is now configured. Because Steam should always be running in the background. The moment I plug in my controller, Steam goes, "Hey, your controller plugged in, cool." And I'm like, that's step 1. Then turn on Final Fantasy 11 with your controller plugged in, and it should just work without any fuss. You don't need to run any other program. You don't need to run any DS, Windows, or any of that stuff, and you should be good. That's all I wrote to you before. But now I worded it to you. And if you have done it and it still doesn't work, do you have another controller to try? Because I'm using PS4 and it worked on my first attempt. So if you have done it and it doesn't work, try another controller and try maybe not an Xbox. Don't worry about it, Mal. Heaven's Army has got it covered. I was typing back and forth on Facebook with him, and helping him, and now I worded it word for word for him. I do worry you might be giving bad info. No, I'm not. I've done exactly what I've done on my end. And I wouldn't give bad info. Not on purpose, anyway. Not content with merely discovering the new land, he again gathered service. Some just don't work. Exactly, hence why I said try another controller. Oh, wait, I'm like 5 millennia ahead of you, Mal. He was single-minded of purpose and desired underlings to serve him unalteringly. Cool. Right, so he found the frog and the armored thing. Right, I also got my PS4 plugged in with the charger all the time. No Bluetooth, no nothing. Wired. That's also another key factor. He called forth beings that had no right to be in this world. Them. Those beings. The other 2 members of the trolls were likewise summoned from that most unholy of domains, and it's likely that Balamor was as well. How do I know all this? Because I ranked above all his other followers. Although, as I turned my eye to the past, I realized that minion might be the more appropriate term. By his will I entered Tartarus, and it was there that I discovered them. It was by my hand that they were brought forth to Vanadil. He did it. Oh. Okay, well I did react, but not that much. Theodore, you did what? Would that it were possible to deny it, but I will not shirk from speaking the truth. It was then that Hades began to change. How did he change? I know not what powers he obtained when he surpassed the confines of flesh, nor what realities he saw. The only clue I have was these cryptic words. All is lost, their spirits wandering endlessly through the darkness. I will help them transcend their suffering. I will give them death, and all will become one. It was my job, he remarked almost flippantly, to help him see his goals through. I felt tugged in all directions, but he invested in me a fraction of his energies he gathered from Tartarus, just a fraction of his power. And so I became the first of the trolls. Hades and I were not brought into this world as undying beings. We were human, just like the two of you. You discovered them? I was his follower, and he used me to further his own ends. I journeyed through the void of Tartarus alone. Every demon I subjugated, I made swear to vow to serve Hades. You beat up the two weaker ones, huh? Ash Rock and Dokmak, the Cimmerian adherents, all of them were blasphemous entities from that sealed land. Wow. And he beat them both up. Yet not all captured, capitulated easily. There was the 6 Nakuls and Seiji. Wait, what? Seiji was from down there too? I see like a lion, I see like a golden like phoenix-like thing, and I see a dragon. They did not fully succumb to my tortures. Their oaths did not ring true to my lord, and he confined them deep within the shadowy realm. Didn't the king release them? So they were left to fester. When was this? Apparently I had to ask you all of these questions. We were discussing the stars at the start of the conversation, Heaven's Army. And that leads me into the next tale. I created those stars. I might react a little bit more then. Tartarus was a land without stars or blue skies, though I cannot say it was in a confined location. It was utterly sealed within itself. It was not wholly unlike these waterways. You can stretch out your arms out above or below you, but you are in the end locked in. Locked in. Our future was much the same. I could not tell how many days and nights I spent wandering that black land. I see purple and pink and stuff though. Blue, some white and yellow. How pointless it is to count time in a world that knows neither dawn nor dusk. And how much more laughable does it become to one who does not age. It was an endless parade of bloodshed, and no respite in sight. I lost control of what made me human and succumbed to the darkness. That may have been the very reason he chose to send me to Tartarus. Despite his centuries of dormancy, his goal has remained firm and absolute. This brand, this blood sigil, binds my soul to his. Those intentions are as clear as crystal to me. One's death should not be for another to decide. I agree. You may find such a truth to be self-evident, but at the time it did not occur to me. I was like a zombie, mindlessly following Hades' orders until I met August. If I had not seen that most noble visage, I might still be under the Dread Lord's thrall this very day. I would be without a will to call my own, content with blindly culling those who dared defy him. The only path left to me was one of darkness, shambling from battle to battle, Sans through or pause. Sans thought or pause. When my future had been locked into place by another, August came and released me from my prison. His face was a radiant beacon in the darkness, outshining even the scales of Seiji himself. Wow. What kind of stuff did he put on his face? Of course, were I to tell our dragon friend, he would likely chew my head as a snack. Why? But you still would live, or would you die from that? Just curious. But the past is the past, and we must now look toward Obuka's future. The only way to release the blood sigil is to sever my spirit from my body. August was aware of this as well, and is surely why he showed no mercy in our combat. Heaven's Army, you and your comrades must vanquish me. There is no other option. You must, as he did. But if August already defeated them, and they come back, all I'm doing is just delaying the return again? Like, or am I actually defeating them? And I don't feel like I'm doing anything different. But anyway, it would be an awesome snack. And exhaustible. I guess so. He would be, yeah, he would, as long as you don't get tired of snacking on the same snack all the time, he would be pretty, that would be like a never-ending stockpile indeed. Way to think outside the box, nobody. Way to go. I wasn't thinking that at all. Never would I have thought the same story would play out twice. Not despite what August showed me, our destinies are not fully in our own hands. Forgive me my divergent rambling. I could have killed you a million times in this conversation, but I'll do the honorable thing and fight you. And those. You have a task to which you must attend. You stand no chance against Hades if you cannot fill even one such as me. Francis, I bid you wait outside the ring. But never once avert your eyes, for it is your responsibility to witness this clash, and whatever end awaits. Of course, even if Heaven's Army were to fail here and die, do not look away. Oh, cool, he has the power to make that go underwater. But anyone can still jump over that. I will not hold back. Come, defenders of Ulbuka. Oh, he's gonna attack me with his staff wand thing. My bad for the long cutscene. Only the party leader. I believe I am all good. I was like, uh-oh. Nothing's happening. Maybe we missed something. And I was just waiting to be like, oh, I didn't do something. But now we're in. Ah, this music. It's been a while since I heard this song. Yeah, like the last time I fought. Hashtag never die. Guess show, huh? I lost some items. I can hit him. I can actually hit him. I can hit him with a die of 3 and then start the battle. Take that. Cast slow. Cast poison. Let's see how this goes. I got off my blizzard, but hey. He's a vampire, he should be hurt by my fire, right? Just lost a lot of MP there. Almost got my full attack going on. Oh, I got my full attack ready. 4,000 damage and that's all I did? Wow. I felt like I could do a little bit more than that, but I guess not. Oh boy, I have to back up a little bit here so I don't die. Convert mid-battle again. Heaven's Army strikes once again. Show, don't die. Well, we got the boss half down. Nobody died yet, I'm close. trying, he's not even looking. I must have lost my haste a while ago. Yeah. I'm gonna assume you're running into MP myself. That's not normal. Glowing all powerful now? Somebody die? I expected a big attack to happen. I'll do my weak little cure. There goes my last refresh. Probably just move off a little too late, maybe. No, I didn't. Cool. I did power up my next heal spell and then fired up a Cura jump. Hopefully I did well. Wait, still attacking? Did we win or did we lose? You have bested me this day. Oh, that was very close. That was very close. I was like teetering on like no MP to keep giving people refresh. Well, that was close. Very, very. No more Nin tanks for these boss fights. Indeed, I thought the Nin tanks wouldn't really work. But I didn't know. I've never used Gaisho. Like, not once. Cool. Now the seal's broken, but he's gonna come back, right? Because... what did I do? He's up, see? Splendidly done, Heaven's Army. I mean, yeah. All we did was defeat the seal, which I kind of figured he'd be alright. Theodore? Yeah, I mean, he's still him. Do you think my assertion of immortality would be hyperbolic? Lest you think I do not feel pain, I do. Though I cannot cross over, I have been at the brink several times, and it is not an experience I ever desire to repeat. And the closer I get, the worse it is. But my soul is free from the icy grip once more, until it comes back again. With this, you should be able to slay him. Once and for all. This is how the Founder King failed before? I think I understand what's going on now. Yeah, maybe so. Of course, saying such encouraging words only makes light of the situation. For his power is orders of magnitude greater than my own. Really, because we don't stand a chance if he's actually stronger than him. not the sound negative, but like, yeah, we barely won that one. Consider yourself duly warned. Sure. And with that, I bid you leave me to my thoughts. Okay? This conflict has worn me out. Indeed, it should have. True, I may be unable to age, but I was old enough when I became that way. Leave a gentleman who has aches and pains. But make a solve for me before you go. Oh, Theodore. Princess, or rather Arcelia, you did your family proud, remaining steadfast in the face of such a violent struggle. Thank you. There you go. 3 down, 80s to go. Maybe. But this is what it feels like to be my own man, after all these years. And their friend, Balamor. That was quite the parting gift. Balamor was up to something? He was able to manipulate the blood signal, and he may be more than just an ordinary member of the trolls. You best not underestimate one such as he. I can only hope. Sure thing. I won't underestimate anybody, or I'll try not to. Sweet. We got beat up pretty bad there. We're going back to the home point 1, which we unlocked last night. Awesome. I'm just going to get my HP and MP back because I'm a smart boy like that. Alright. Pink Mage. Back up to his full potential, minus the 1 hour wait for my ability, which I used, and I used up a super power up my next heal spell thing. I don't know how long that charges as well, but glad I fired it off and nobody died when I fired it off. Oh, that was good. I felt like I did something that battle. I felt like I contributed with 1 good heal. Even more, even move. Every move counted in that fight. Every move? I don't know. I don't know if I did that good of a job. Have every move. Okay, what I'm curious about is my magic abilities. My job ability is going to be sealed off for another 46 minutes. And my divine seal, okay, cool. That's going to be recharged in 3.5. Cool, those don't last, those don't take forever. Glad that worked. And my convert is ready to go? My convert's already ready, awesome. On yourself, last one. Oh. That'll increase the accuracy. Chance of emo break occurring. Immuno break. Oh, not emo break. Immuno break. Okay. Cool. Yeah, those black mages ran out pretty quickly. And I actually truly did cast refresh on them a few times as well. I was trying a little bit there. I truly did cast refresh on them. Refresh too, but I'll just say refresh. I'm assuming we're like walking down and doing a cutscene, because I'm assuming there's gonna be another cutscene while I'm waiting for Ando to get back, so yeah, I could just get the cutscene underway. I don't know, I was just standing around waiting, because I wasn't sure. Zed would very well be a good damage dealer indeed. Always is and probably always will be. A bard with more MP and HP regen, those awesome malts, with like hastes and stuff too, we might be able to fight and kill quicker, also be regenning, also have other things. There's a bard that's that. If only we had a dancer who can do 9,999 damage. That would be awesome to have right now. Make the whole battle so much more easier. The long, quiet run down to the final boss. Yeah, there's a cutscene first. Okay. Oh, I was actually gonna say that too. Nobody. I noticed that as well. That our black mage was standing right in the crossfire the whole time. Unlike the Poobaroo, that mage backs off and casts from afar. But that's a healer. I'm just trying to remember who does what. Oh, look at that! The thing he left up. We ain't escaping. But does he not know that the seals were broken at the door? Or does he know? We'll find out. Incorrigible whelps. Do you know you not your place in this world? There is no saving those who wish for oblivion. Nice throne, by the way. Oh, he's got his wings back out. He's ready to fight again. Why would he sit there and wait for us, not come after us? Or is he stuck down here for a little bit longer and he can't escape just yet? Hades. Lady Arcelia, what would your devotees do if they saw their adored princess looking so dour? It matters not. The downtrodden may call you what they will, but I'll not address you by that mockery of a title, nor feign respect for those trailing at your skirts. After all, you stand in my domain now. Congratulations on breaking the blood sigils. It's more than I expected. I am eminently aware that the betrayer had a hand in this. A toast, then, to the success of our heroes. He's pretty confident still, even though he knows that he can lose. If he dies, he will lose. Ha! What do you think your little playtime bought you? A chance to stand on equal footing? Is that it? No. Not at all. We know that we can take you out now. Perhaps I should pat you on the head like the simpletons you are. You've succeeded in accomplishing absolutely nothing. But it's pointless knowing that now, because in precious moments, I'll be making trinkets out of your bones. Really? Please make me like a cool thingy. For a man with an eternity to spend, I have very little patience. Hades, what have you done to Moromir? What have I done? Oh, your mewling amuses me so. I don't. You want him back, don't you? Yet I can't say those. Yet I can't say those 4 little words. Yet you can't say those 4 little words. I've treated you a bit more beastly than you truly are. My apology. What a faithful little pet, cowering about wanting his master's body returned. And what would you do with it? Climb a grassy knoll and bury it overlooking the ocean? Or would you leave the corpse on a dirty field for vultures to gnaw at its flesh? Too bad for you, then, that neither will happen. The pitiful fools are dumb enough to believe that I'd leave so much as a shred of him left. I had expected even your pea-sized brains to do that much. Let's postulate for a minute. Even if I did leave him leave with his life, what would he have done? Go scurrying back to his oh-so-faithful companions, weaving a grand tale of his daring escape? But that faint glimmer of hope held out would have turned into despair. Because your master didn't come back, did he? What have you done with him? Oh, I should have given you more credit. Exactly as you think. His death throes were silenced by these 2 hands. He spewed to the last that he did it to save his friends, through his last breath alone, in a struggle that was anything but valiant. Do you know how hordes of rats spill out of the walls when a sturdy vessel careens over? This one was a bit stuck along the way, where his friends found higher ground, found only watery asphyxiation. I almost had it right the first time. Asphyxiation. Anyway, that's a hard word to say. Could you picture a more comical end? No, yes, I can picture way more comical things that are not as grotesque as what you're saying. And he's being sarcastic, but still. I, too, have lived years, centuries, only to die in ignominy. And what does he have to show for it? Protecting the jungle? He got us out to buy us some more time so that we can take out the last sigil to defeat you. May his sacrifice not go in vain. Stopping August's bloodline from ending? He created nothing for himself, spending his miserable existence defending the works of others. Did his life hold any meaning? It did. He says no, but it did. He died for nothing. How laughably absurd. Hades just thinks all goes to nothing, so he wouldn't understand. The pitiful fool. A man with no value in life, finding no value in death. Garbage. That man was utter garbage. Who you? Oh, the tiger has powered up. Oh, now that's a sight I haven't seen in ages. That shine. Using your soul to fuel your rage. Roar. Oh, I heard a little growl there. I heard a little tiger growl there. Yeah, my cat has more ferocity than that one on the screen. I was right the first time. Your mind speaks the tongue of man, but your vocalizations are those of a mere monstrosity. I seem to recall your master telling you something about not rushing in without thinking. Yeah, don't rush in there. But look at you, pathetic. So what did he do? A trap? Ah, the pain. Darcy? Why'd you come back? Oh, we were gone for a while. Just confused Darcy. And now Darcy's gonna die. No! Mercy, don't. Oh, is that Balamor? You idiot. Clearly, there's more going on than just this awesome, lovable scene right now. You put up a brave front. But all you really wanted was to be loved. Like all cats, usually, yeah. Some cats really just don't want to ever be bothered, but most cats, yeah, they pretty much want to be. At least give it some attention. Imagine that. Oh, yeah, see, that's not good. Didn't he tell you? I died. See? Why do they do this? The tiger can't reach over because his body is laid like that? Balamor? Balamor is cheating, like, completely. Because he's, like, reaching over and snapping his fingers and stuff, and things are happening and changing. You love your precious master too much. How fitting that you join him. First there's Mormir and now Darcy. Exactly, but Balamor's helping too. Can I not defeat Balamor? Wait, I'm standing on the thing that Balamor could snap his fingers and open up at any time? What? Oh, my little princess, do you really have the time to sit down? Staring? 2 down, 2 more to go, right, Hades? And 2 to go. Balamor didn't do this, he just provided the backup. Yeah, well, Balamor was one of snapping his fingers and making all of the scenes and stuff happening. How dare he? And Hades did all the bad stuff. We'll see what Balamor says when we defeat Hades. Because, yeah, Hades is really the big bad one behind all of this, true. But Balamor is assisting him, and that's a no-no in my books as well. Assisted murder is just as equally as punishable in my eyes. It's high time you, too, fell into the abyss. Hades, your reign of terror ends here. Heaven's Army's gonna kick your butt. I hope you do well. I mean, that's all I can say. Don't tell me you both got out of that scene quicker than I was here way before first. Enter the battlefield. The Reckoning? Sure. Is this the fight that I need to bring up my items? I think so, right? Balamor just showed the background? One paladin, one bard. We should be good to go. We can rock this house. Topple Hades once again. We lost 2 people already. Well, I mean, we still haven't confirmed that they died, but assuming that they have. Ah, your thing didn't even affect me. Oops. I did not mean to cast it on True Irony. I meant to cast that on me. I don't know how I managed to do that. Now my thing just dropped down to red again. And it's constantly dropping down to red. What is going on with my computer? Is it because like my mouse is never being moved? And we're battling, so I best hurry up. Yeah, everything just like froze on Twitch's end. That's not good. Yeah, I do. I keep getting small little leg spikes. It makes my little thing go down to red and then yellow, and then it goes back down to red, and now it's fine for the rest of the live stream. It does it once every live stream, and no, it's not my encoder this time. It's like I'm having little internet spikes as well. So either A, my Ethernet cord is getting worn out, or something, because it seems to be happening all the time. Regen. Letter Kenny. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Heaven's Army. I'm assuming you may or may not have played this game before? Taking on good old Hades. I got Bio 3. NPCs are not 119, or they are 119. Everyone's MP seems to be fine. The boss is already half defeated. And we are like not at all struggling on this one. Unless he has another form. Yeah, the R119? Awesome. Which ones wasn't 119 in the last fight? Oh, I'm assuming they all are. There is another form? I knew it because it was too easy. I knew there was because it was just too easy. I played too many games to be like, why is he so easy? Leave it to me to be able to guess that. That's a good question. Almost ready for another. Attack! Everyone seems to be absolutely fine. I'll even cast regen on this boy. First form is down. We're fine. We're like more than fine. I haven't even used my convert yet, so we're good, right? Oh, load and then load. I don't think it took nobody too long, really, to follow, to catch up to me, really. By how slow I played these games. Is it? Oh, okay. Loaded up, and then it's. It keeps sucking me out. Oh no, I've been beaten a little bit. Now I gotta go into the hard mode. Meh. How could you possibly? Are you capable of transcending? No, it can't be done. I refuse to believe it. I am Hades. Ra-Kaznar is my dominion. Very existence proof that I have broken the cycle, and I have come to release all souls from wandering aimlessly in the dark. It is not enough. Remnants of my human form continue to stand in my way. Oh, is Balamor waiting for his cue? My soul means to success is by ridding myself of all vestiges of humanity. This vile husk restrains me. I shed the skin and abandon the frailty of mankind. Name's gonna get real tough. I hear the Dragon Ball theme playing somewhere. Not on my end, you don't. So it better be your end. None shall remain. So now they're gonna pump some darkness into him and become the true Hades form. Oh, that sounds awesome. We could give you leader? And we can avoid damage? I like the sound of that. Yes! The power of darkness! Yeah, whatever, Hades. Let's just get this over with. Beat you up once and for all. Are those fake demon wings? What did he? Oh, I already said he just pumped some darkness into himself, and now he's got Hades earrings. Ah. And, like, too many eyes. Heavens, that was a joke. Because he was powering up. Oh, okay. I thought you actually heard music, and I'm like, it's not me. There's no music on my end. You're trying to get me copyright warning. Striked. Oh, he did a thingy and made her do a back roll flip thing. Eek. Yeah, I almost eeked too. You alright? That was only one move. He didn't even attack us yet. That dodge roll. Desire soul. S-O-L-E or S-O-U-L? There's two souls and I don't know which one he's talking about. The end. What is he? Heaven's Army? Well, he's Hades. Why don't I just kick his hand and then he fires a beam at himself? That'd be hilarious. Yeah, he's not... He's not hot anymore? I see. Oh, hi, Dragon. You're here to help us out? Perfect timing. Beam! Oh, did you just get Dragon kicked? That's awesome. Aha! The Immortals here as well. Are the two of you safe? Yeah, we are. Way to ride on the Dragon after Dragon kicks him, and then backflip off Theodore. Stand, Princess. Now was not the time to falter. Indeed. Oh, I-beam! I knew I-beam was happening! The moment his eyes glue, I'm like, I-beams? Of course. Oh, that Dragon's got sweet rolly moves. He did Dragon kick, Dragon roll, Dragon barrel roll, Dragon grab and ground and pound. Bite him, snack on him, nosh on him, tear him apart, fire beam him there! Even better! Fire beam him when you grab him, that's the best move yet! Oh, this game is getting good. He's gonna blast the thing down through? Hades is like, this is like unfair. Get him, Dragon! Get him some more! Oh, he's like, oh no, you don't beam me in the back of the head. Seiji, what happened? What are you doing, Seiji? You're a dragon. I cannot move! How dare you. Oh no, Princess. What? Oh, Hades is like, oh, I'm back! That sucked, but I'm back! I may have lost like half of my health on that move, but I should still be pretty formidable. Anyway. You can pull in no mages fight and die all the time? No thank you. I don't want to die 70 times after this fight. No mad mages style. I'll pass. Does this face look familiar to you? Anyway, we can try to clear it first. We can always buy more elixirs. Indeed. We can try, fail, and then use elixirs on the second go. But like we're pretty good still. I think we should win on the first try. If none on age, file +1 costs 40k a pop. Yeah, how about we don't use them until the second bout? If there's some kind of trickery, let me know now and we can just win. All those years ago I followed you, until I saw the light. It is me, Hades Theodore. Never did I think to stand in front of your visage once more. Can only hope that my words will reach the bottom of whatever heart you may have left. In your misguided quest to banish the darkness, you became enthralled by that very thing you sought to destroy. Awaken from your nightmare. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Gather. That's my light. Beam eyes. Did he actually beam Theodore out of existence? Buddy, Theodore can't die! Ah, psych. My character reacted? Like, come on, character. You can't react to things that you've already seen. It is as I feared. Yeah, you can no longer possess a single drop of self-awareness. I once pledged myself to you. And out of a sense of duty, I will give you a sweet release you always craved. The time is now, Heaven's Army. Banish him into the depths beyond. I can do that. Oh, you got double light beam coming out of his hands. Ooh. What's happening? As long as you two agree to stand back. Oh, you don't want us to go in and melee? Let the paladin and the NPC, which we have to keep alive, do the damage. We will win if we don't engage in combat. That's peculiar. That's a different way to fight. That means we get no TP and we'll never be able to do any attacks. I have a key item, Awakened Crystallized Psyche. I'll heal you once my my refresh warms up, which should be about now. I don't need a timer. Why did Ando get back up? This guy petrifies the front row. Okay. That's good to know. Stay behind him. Stand behind him, opposite of the paladin. That's no problem. If he petrifies, do we need an Asuna right away? It's gonna take me a long while to refresh fully. Less cures we have to cast on each other, the more we can dump into NPCs. So we don't fail. Okay. Can't cast when petrified. No. If the tank gets petrified, because you're standing in front, the tank is. If the petrifies happen, does an Asuna work? Because, yeah, it's curious what needs to be done. All I know is I'm standing behind the boss and not getting close enough for his AoE attacks. And just hit him, just hit him with magic, or just stay back and do nothing. Because I'm like a melee DP killer upper with weak white and black magic, like very weak. Not as strong as a black mage, not as strong as a white mage. But I can keep refreshing and enfeebling, and that's what I'm for. I have 1,000 MP. I'm still going. Just hang out with BB and keep supporting the party. Don't use all your MP nuking. Yeah, I don't think I want to nuke at all now. I'll cast the poisons and feeble stuff, but that's about it. How much MP do I have? Ando has 1,292. I have 1,223. Ando has more HP and more MP than me? I'm calling hacks. I call hacks. Is healed by stone. Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Let's do this then. Abomination? I'm jealous that the white mage has more HP and MP. Maybe more MP, but not HP. Not fair. Anyway. On my summoner, I had nothing but MP here. Most of my HP, so my HP was negative HP, so my HP was really low, but I had a huge MP pool. I was a summoner for a bit too, and I really liked my huge HP that I had. I mean MP. My MP was huge, and I thought it was awesome to have it, but my gear comes with like MP regen and stuff, so I kind of stopped becoming a summoner and went to white mage. I'm so used for casting my Thunderblade. I'm so used for going in and attacking. I was hoping we'd get like more gear soon. I know we're wearing the easily to be button 119 gear. I was hoping we'd like improve the other gear and become stronger with gear soon. And that hasn't happened yet. going. Now he's facing this way. Which way is this Joker looking? Where's our tank at? So I know where to not stand. I've been constantly moving and haven't done anything yet. There we go. He's facing that way now. No tanks are rough. Slow him down some. Are we trying to cast silence on the fool? I could probably hit him with the silence. Abilities. Let me see if I can hit him with a silence. It missed, didn't it? Even with my boost on. Wow, cool. Even with my boost, it's like, nah. I gotta keep you healed too, don't I? This is right now, if you're already wearing 119 gear, you're probably not gonna get anything now unless you get some events and special quests to upgrade stuff. Yeah, I would like to wear the +1, +2 stuff. That would be very nice. So I'm not getting hit by any of his attacks. I don't know if you're getting hit, you may be a little too close. Yeah, because I'm not getting hit by anything. Other than silence. So this is going to be a long battle, everybody, but we're guaranteed to win if we stay back and just heal the people who need to be healed. That's really it. I'm managing to go up some TP. If my TP ever gets to 3,000, I'm running in and blasting him and backing out. I wonder if gravity would affect this boss. I wonder if this boss has any weird things that I could dispel on him. keep seeing silence, but it never kicked in once. Muted again. Okay. I sent your Facebook viewer a PM about a different types of Xbox controllers and a little info behind it. I'm not sure if they will read it, but I hope it helps a little. Sure, you didn't have to. I'm assuming my words was, if you try with your controller, everything that I said, and it still doesn't work, try another controller. Because that's exactly what you just sent to me. I summed it up just really quickly and generally speaking. But yeah, if you want to fire in extra things, go for it. Hopefully they took it, but it was quite... I thought I hit it pretty well. So if we got in there, we'd just be getting hit over and over, like Ondo keeps getting hit. They're rushing in there and getting bopped around. I like battles that you can just win like this. Not really, you know, we found a way around it. But Hades doesn't even have a health bar on my end. Cool. That's why you're saying how much HP he has. And cast refresh on me. I have to go in a little to cover trusted spells. Ah. I can just stay back here and blast the thing and not worry about anything. I'm silenced again. This boss is smart. Double exclamation mark over his head. What? Still silenced for 15 more seconds, so... Cool, so I can't do nothing on this game. So I will pop out on another game. Challenge somebody to a duel. Yeah, I don't really see anything that's... Did that work, I wonder? I don't know where it is, but I fired something off of the party. Of course he muted me as I was going to regen my health. I soon have my TP full. Awesome. I'll soon sneak in there and blast them. I hope that did some damage to Hades. Because that's really all I can do. At least Theodore isn't in front of him. That's good. Yeah. It's very good. Soon time for my annual give my white mage a scare move. I'd rather play Yu-Gi-Oh! I'd rather duel in a battle. I wonder if Distract would be well. I wonder if Haste... be good on him. Even if you die, he's at 39%? Awesome. I was about to go do some cool attacks, but I'll hold off. Yeah, so with this Bard going on, we all got NP regen, and everyone seems to be, like, well. I still even haven't even converted yet, so we're laughing. Now I can convert. Abilities, job abilities, Divine Seal. Being sassy with all that silencing. silenced again. I was like, why is my thing not firing off? Smart move. Slow down. So did he reduce everybody's HP down to nothing? Game is lagging so badly. It's the game too, not anything else. Muted again. Every time I try to cure, he stuns me or puts me to silence. Smart boy. What happened? We just died all of a sudden. I look down at my game and I look up and we're all dead. close is this thing before we die? He cut our HP in half. Yeah, I noticed that. That was uncool when he pulled that move off. Is he soon not dead, or what? HP. Oh, we're not going to win then. Okay. That's unfortunate that we're going to lose this one. We were so close. But with no trust attacking and stuff. Celia. So what? So when he reduced our HP in half, I gotta wait for that moment to convert something. Because yeah, we considerably gotten weaker when he cut our HP in half. Was too low on MP. Did I never refresh you once? I probably did, but we weren't going to win once we lost all of our trusts. So what do we need to do? Because, yeah. all I can tell is it's a long fight. I can't run in and attack. So what do you want me to do so I can at least do something? Quiet. We still need to get all of our MP back. Are we warping out, getting healed, and coming back? Because it wouldn't take too long, unless I leave and I gotta get a key item back or something. If somebody doesn't say, like, I need refresh, I might not know. I've been trying to top off people with refresh. If you want to heal up, I can leave and there's no consequences for leaving, because I could also get my potion back. I tried one of them. There's no consequences for leaving? Sure, the door is locked. Sure, I can still leave. The controller goes dead when I do that. I don't think I could leave this area. Unless I warp out, I mean. And I don't know if I lose a key item or not. I use one of mine, so I can go back to my house and pick up the one that I didn't use up in the place. I am good to go and do that. But all I was asking, but haven't ignored me. You wrote nothing other than you need to stay out of the thing. BB was, I think you're good. You can give BP MP. So you wrote nothing in the chat that I see. If you're writing anything in Final Fantasy XI, I will never see it. I've already expressively expressed it. I see nothing down here. Yeah, I did not see it if you wrote it. You didn't write it in where I do see. All I see is Ondo's typing 12 HP and things like that in my chat that I read. Don't write it in on Final Fantasy XI. That's not a visible chat. The chat I worry about is the real chat in my channel. My chat is set up perfectly for my live stream, so I won't be changing anything. Chat is where I've said before. On Twitch, YouTube, well, used to be Mixer. On the one that I can see everything in front of my face. Cool, I got all my elixirs back. And I'm fully recovered. Speaking of food, yeah. Where would I go to buy food? I've never bought food in any MMO. Where did Restream's auto notifications menu go? I don't know what you mean. Auto notification menu. I guess it's Juno. You put your game titles and categories in the tab and click next. Tab over and you put your messages and it goes up on Twitter. I'm assuming it's up above? Above where you type in titles? Al? That's my guess. Unless they got rid of it, I don't know. But yeah. All I know is that there's two tabs now, and they're above the main menu, so that's all I can say. Get Signet or don't need it? I'll go get the Signet too. Oh, right. I was warping via the crystal other warps. I got Signet, but I don't know where to get food. I've never needed food in any MMO. And the Moogle vendors? Moogle vendors. Where are Moogle vendors? Again, I've never needed food ever. Next to the Mog House is usually perfect. I'm on my way. Moogle vendors near Moogle Mog Houses. Oh, I just warped to the Mog House that was here. Okay, not you. And there's none in Alduin. Of course not. Of course he's not in Alduin. I'll go to Port Windy. And get one there. My first time buying food. I think. Region +4? There's a lot of stuff. Oh, I remember somebody eating curry all the time. Ah, some pizza. Awesome. I didn't like there was pizza in this game this whole time. Is there any hamburgers? There's tacos. There's Mal's only meal. Subs. Some spaghetti. Oh, wow. I should have... you could eat a jack-o'-lantern? No, really? An ogre pumpkin that makes you lose charisma and gain darkness. Oh, I should have been in this thing. This is something I could react to. We bought the crackers from him a while ago. Oh, right, we needed that for a quest, but I never bought it for me. That's why I don't remember. Ooh, sweets. That might be all right. Parfaits. Those are apple pies? There's pies in this game? An ice cap Roland berry. So like a berry ice cream? There's cookies? What? I've been messing up macaroons? Really? This is not fair. Seafood stuff? Some mochi? Fuku? I've heard that anime before, haven't I? Probably. Oh, so we bought some spicy crackers before. It's been so long. A beast? Is he a beast? Is there a Hades killer food? Soba. The music just stopped. Oh! The music stopped in the game. Anyway, like, that's a lot of stuff. Accuracy and attack and range and... Switch to 119. Isn't Wayfarer 119? I'm still wondering, the tacos are good for paladins. What is good for a red mage? I'm looking at all the food and this is awesome. But what am I supposed to be buying? Because nothing seems like, you know, get this and... Like, I made food of honestly 15. That like one time when that fire boss in that crazy tower, like 10 floors from the final floor, was all fire, and like if you don't have any fire resistance, you will die. So I died. I had to go through the whole tower again, and I'm like, I'll be ready with my fire things. It's not important, but whatever you get is a small boost. Oh, so it's not important. Oh, well that's awesome. All this time I was like, cool, I'm here for a reason. And everyone's like, yeah, it's not important. I'm like, cool. There, I got some juice. I'll get thirsty in this long battle. Okay, exciting times. I stood in front of the item shop for way too long. I'll just drink some juice while we're doing a fight. But is there anything I can do to, like, other than keep people alive and stuff and pass my debuffs? Because I'll run into MP if I cast any magic. Like that, I really can't do anything, it seems, in that fight other than stay back and hit him with all the weaknesses that I can hit him with. My intelligence is 86 plus 144. Do I need more? When I figure when he's attacking and when he's not? There's a moment when he's not attacking? Well, that's news to me. Yeah, I'd like to stay away from the weaken petrify range as well. We keep constantly getting silenced, and there's nothing I can do about that. We were doing so well, and then I look up at chat and we're all dead. And then I'm like, wait a minute, what happened? And I'm like, oh, I see the half thing happening. But then we just slowly started dying after he casted that spell. Yeah, see, 1,000 times. I can't word it anymore. I do not see anything in video game chat. It's not my focus. I do not see if the boss is casting Ultima Death to everybody. None of that. I will not see it. You have to type it in Twitch chat or I will not see it. It's not a visible thing for me. So, again, like, if you're typing in game chat, I'm not gonna see it. Please type in Twitch if you can't. So stand by BB from now on. Yes, I can do that now. You could have told me that before and I would have stood there the first time, but in down there, I don't see it. It's non-existent. All I want to know is what am I doing? Because I'm just standing there and throwing a few buffs at them and like that's it. That's all I'm doing. I'm keeping people refreshed and regened. And that's really it. And hitting them with, of course, Dia, Slow, and Poison. I don't know if I could cast anything else without wasting my Dia on them. And that's it. That's all I know what to do. That's my extent of my Red Mage. Celia got her own stone skin on as well. No, I've never seen that chat at all. I look up at chat and I didn't see anything. A curious nobody. I just subscribed with what? No one is gifted. Oh, I was gonna say, what? No one's gifted more subscribes for people. No one. I think you've I don't know how many subscribers you got me up to now, but I feel like I got quite a bit now thanks to you doing that again. So yeah, thanks no one. Welcome back, by the way. I was gonna say, how did nobody do this? Craziness. No one with the gifts. Well, I guess you're gonna be number one for a long while. I guess really haste isn't going to do anything. Aqua could, I guess. Can I even hit him from here? I cannot. BB, you need to move closer. I'm gonna move closer because I need to be able to hit him. Can't heal Theodore. Well, either way. he be on the move? Yes, he is, okay. I'm glad I looked up for a second to be like, what's going on? Okay, so Rughead is our tank. Yellow curry bun? You're eating yellow curry buns? Attack food? Joe was getting pummeled over there. Well, cool. Joe's going through MP like a mad dog. Yeah, I don't think the HP matters. We gotta figure out what to do once he hits us to half HP and MP, and then survive that. You can cast H2 on Irony? Isn't Irony a warrior? I can do that though. That gives me something else to do. Just assumed you cast haste on thieves and ninjas and stuff. And damage dealers. But I can't keep Joa's and Rug's MP up even with my refreshing. You haste DD and in some cases mages? Yeah, Isn't Drew Irony a tank? Or is he not? And that's what's throwing me off. Well, I guess at least somebody's typing something in chat. 58% HP? How exciting. Might have forgotten to cast Dia, since I have to cast Haste now. Be about to fail? I'm gonna fail again? How fun. I gotta keep my MP up until the boss does his thing. But what happened? We were like all alive. What happened? I'm assuming the NPC has to not get taken out too? That's probably what happened. Why wasn't Theodore getting healed? He got healed? Turn away from the boss? Yeah, you can't control the tanks, I don't think. Do we need a human tank to do this? The human tank would just instinctively turn away. Well, this is exciting. Yeah, now I'm curious on how you make your tank not auto lock on as well. That's something even I want to know how to do. Final Fantasy 14 has bosses where they do the evil eye thing, and if anybody's looking, you just instantly die. So that would be really good to have know how you make your trusts turn away as well, because they all just lock on and attack blindly for no reason. And if you stop attacking, they stop attacking, and you're just like, oh no, I don't want you to stop attacking. But yeah, how do you do? Are we gonna get past this boss this episode, or are we not? Is our meager equipment and what we're doing going to work? Or do we need to call reinforcements? Cause yeah, I don't mind like throwing myself to a boss and like making progress each time I go. Kind of like Dark Souls and Demon Souls, you know, like I eventually keep getting better and better. Yeah, when I'm like, we didn't even make it as far as we did the first time. and all that's changed is I'm casting haste on one extra person. So I'm doing nothing. I'm just like, cool. Well, I won a battle in Yu-Gi-Oh! I did do something in that battle. And now I'm gonna go back to Arknights and see what I got. But other than that, like, that's all I've been doing in that fight. Yeah, I want to know how to make your NPCs also turn away. And if it requires you to stop attacking and then like walk back and then they follow you, and then you're gonna before the boss hits you, that's gonna be tricky. Oh, I could also now haste the tank, which was that weird guy's name. Okay, well I could do that too. It's 2 battles late, but I can do it on the next one. Areas affected by Upo Power Swift Shoes? Not yet. Nothing happens. Okay, that thing's still not activating. So, China 5 Delta? Exclamation mark server. No need. I'm in my title. I'll do title for you. Welcome first of all to Final Fantasy 11. The server I'm on is Siren, and I'm playing as a red mage. But welcome. Oh, no, not the elevator. No. It tricks me every time. But yeah, how was things? Since you're asking what server I'm on, clearly you're playing this game too. You run over this thing, you get warped? I ran past it and missed it last time. That's what happened. Not last time, the time before that. That's kind of funny. Unless I just got warped over to the other side, I don't know. But yeah, we're trying to defeat Hades. And we're like slowly figuring out that we gotta move our tank away, not look at Hades for some reason, and we have trusts, not humans, for a tank. So it seems a bit interesting. But yeah. Are we fighting for real and I could use my potions up, or should we hold off? Just in case. Because yeah, I held off on using any of my items until at least that moment where the boss goes into hard mode. Yeah, fight for real? Because yeah, I'll be using my things once we get them down, once we lose half our HP and MP. Would like to start at least keeping people alive and then firing off my 2 elixirs and then that's it. Use the items after you convert. I can also do that too. I will be converting after the boss does the thing, so I'm holding back until that boss is for real. Indeed. You're already inside? Who are these 2? I'm seeing ghosts. I had no idea we were ready. Okay. Was held by 2 adventurers. 2 adventurers beat this thing in 2 minutes? Why can't we do that in 2 minutes? We have 3 adventurers. We should be able to annihilate this thing in a minute. A minute and 59 seconds. I'm calling hacks that 2 people can do this in 2 minutes. And we're here fighting it for 20 minutes. Guess I could do this. Since I'm not really getting... Why are we not master classes? We should all be master classes and better geared too, I say. Cool. If I face away, would that be better too? Well, the pink mage is 360, well, 180 no scoping? No, just no scoping. I'm not spinning around, so I guess I'm just no scoping. I'm gonna have to cast refresh on Noah now. He's already going down crazy on his MP. I can't see if the AI has refresh or regen on. This is the Ganondorf fight where I had the camera, and I was able to take selfies of Ganon when he was trying to kill me. Yeah, that's the flashback I just got back from this. I was at least pretty entertaining. Trying to get a selfie of Ganon before he kills me. The cure over the shoulder. I love it. This is actually a little bit more entertaining. I got something to talk about now. Now that I'm like, remember Zelda? At least we got past first form, and he doesn't reset his first form, and we gotta fight his first form every time we lose to his first or second form. You know what I mean? Well, I'm happy for that. we're down to half already? Nice, okay. It seems he's removed all of our stuff from us. I just cast a cure, but nothing happened. Unless that was either Shuaire's at range. Target's out of range. Oh. This attack, I'm gonna run and blast him. Yeah, that's quite alright. I was just like, I was trying to get somebody and I didn't hit him, so it's all me. Everyone should have a refresh on, I would hope. Assuming we're doing okay? No, I don't have anything. It's dicey, but we're managing. It's dicey, but we're managing? Dicey doesn't sound good to me. Nobody's hollering for refreshes, so either A, I'm refreshing people and they're not really they're okay, or something else, who knows. Can't refresh. There we go. Yeah, every time you type that number, we start losing. Joa's not doing anything. Just standing there. I'm assuming he's either A, petrified or something. Okay, now Joe is doing stuff. Oh, I got no more MP. Awesome. I have 3 more minutes before I can convert. Oh, cool. Oh, I think I got petrified. No, I didn't get petrified. Okay, cool. Oh, I must have did my attack. Didn't even know I did. We lost again. I'm silenced and I can't do anything until I can convert. And we lost both of our trusts, which one of them is a tank. You don't have enough MP. still a minute and 19 seconds before I can convert. I can't do anything until like a minute and a minute plus from now. And I can finally like start curing and stuff. And casting refresh or anything. And fresh out. Seconds. It's the longest minute ever. As long as Arcelia and the other two don't die. "31 seconds. 20 seconds? Are you kidding me? It's the longest thing ever. You're all getting a little too close to Hades. Especially the front of them. 8 seconds. Don't die, Ando. Refresh is coming your way. A refresh is finally coming your way. It's a little too dicey. Once I get refresh off, I gotta heal first. Yeah, I gotta heal and then I will. Oh, did we win? Wow, I had to convert. That was a little too much. Yeah, we got the win. That was too tight. That was too close. That was like, I'm like, just give me a few more seconds and I can send you some MP. Well. And I was gonna cast haste. Warrior can kinda tank. The warrior can kinda tank, yeah. I think a red mage can tank too, but I think I need better gear than what I have to tank. Oh, headache. I mean, I can't sass him. Like, he defeated us so many times and we barely won. Usually when I beat bosses, like, I beat them and then I sass them. But, like, I'm not, like, defeating people on this game. Oh, the dragon's released. Get him. Snack on him. Have a Hades... a Hades sandwich. Yeah, does he not look delectable? The battle for the ages indeed. Seiji, you're alright. I'm glad you're okay. What about the others? Yeah, those two. Do you mean to... I cannot allow the dead to rot here. No. Helping is not right. Maybe... Torment. He's losing control, isn't he? Reverse. Darkness. Reverse the darkness? He's trying to get more, or is he trying to remove it now? Too late, 80s. Saved our skins pulling him off. Veil? You have fallen so far. Can you even be called in existence? Do a cool, like, throw your stick at him. There is not else to do. I mean, we're just watching him do all of this. Good guys always do this, they just stand up. Theodore, what's happening? Oh, do something, raise it. Oh, all of the forest things all show up. Orb goes in. Throw this sword up in there too. Or blast a beam at the green thing. Cleanse it of all impurity. And let yeah, there you go. I knew it. Beam shot. You can do it again. Glad it auto-aims, because she didn't aim it at it. Like a breath of the holy Dragoon himself. Dragoon? That was two O's, wasn't it? No, dragon. There was many O's, but he said dragon. Okay. Hades is like, oh no, my darkness! All my darkness I gathered up! How dare you! Is he gonna... Wait, what? That's the former king, isn't he? He's just waiting. He's just waiting up in the air with his light spear. Yeah, the former king did that. I think we smacked the Hades right off of him. And he's just floating up there. Back with his Hades, he's... in death. A miracle? That the guy with the shiny face? Rosalina? August? You mean... But that's impossible. Queen Rosalina? There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of people saying other people's name. Without the aid of these gifted individuals, the World Tree would not come to thrive once more. I can feel their spirits drifting about, sealed here along with the others within this domain. At least for now. This one here. Not only has his spirit fallen prey, but his body as well. And I shall intervene. Just as I called the noble one from the brink of death, so too shall I breathe new life into Darcy. Really? That's cool. Be it salvation or curse, I know not. Did he, like, bite his hand and, like, how did he do that? What did he just do? Did he take off his glove or did he spill blood? And he just didn't show it. World Tree oversees all life. Let me lend them a bit of fraction of her vitality. Mother, grant them your bounty, that they may find the strength to overcome. So we're gonna bring them back to life? That's kind of good, because... Ugmif. Yeah, well, I'm kind of glad, like, all the good guys didn't die. Well, not all of them. We still lost a few. But, the two that was here. What on Vanadil? I thought I had died. Yeah, well, I'm glad now that's a little bit more of a shock. That's good. Usually we don't bring people back to life, except when you're playing fights and just cast Phoenix down or life. But that's only KOs. We're in Paris. Oh, Moore, please forgive us. If only we hadn't come in the first place. You would have not have to die once. Huh? My head's filled with fog, Princess. You're gonna have to be a bit clearer. I too am at a loss. Finally, have your eyes open? To think our own general would be caught napping. See, that's good friendships. I guess I do that to people all the time. You know, things are good when Phoenix Downs work outside of cutscenes. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. August, could it be? Good, Boromir. You have done Ulbuka a service these long years. Time to come home. Well, this didn't end as bad as it was going. We lost a bunch of people, and you, young cub. You are the very image of your honored father. Oh, you gotta make a kitty cat cry? Come on! How dare you! How dare you try to give such a sweet moment? Yeah, the darkness is still floating up there. King August? Yes, none know better than I, Rosalina. Our respite is but a brief one. Theodore, what's going on? The gate connecting these two worlds is unstable. Tataris threatens to consume this entire place. And we'll get sucked in too. We had worked the seal with magic within, yet... My friends, my posterity, ere long this entire edifice will vanish, I bid you flee. Seiji, take wing. As you command, my liege. Take them out of here. They're gonna hold back the darkness. We are counting on you. We're all... Wait, is the tiger gonna hop onto a dragon as well? But wait, what about the two of you? Oh, they're already lost their corporeal forms a long time ago. Think not our lives forfeit. There will be yet another sacrifice to shelter Adoulin. People do not swear fealty to a king. King swears fealty to its people. You don't have to do this alone. Dear child, you bring a smile to my face. But this task is not for you. Generations have passed since I last walked this land, yet I cannot count how many. All those who serve the nation in life. There is not left in the world for me. My beloved wife has long departed this realm, and our scions have long since taken up their inheritance. King August, your deep green eyes and hair are of pure silver. Our daughter looked much the same. It was with heavy heart I witnessed the year's trial faced by our nation, but seeing you this day has eased my burden. Her name is Arcelia. Beautiful name for a young woman, so fair of face. You have an older brother, Ignis, was it not? The man's stubbornness rivals my own. At least to us, yes, that was my doing. He is a scrappy one, and the curse that bound him is no more. He's back to his human body, yay! His path is now his own to walk. And you too, Arcelia. May you find in your long lives the serenity that we did not. My knight most true, Obuka continues to need your service. I'd not have it any other way. Enough with royal fiats. Seiji, your time is now. We shall not meet again in this time. Watch over my people always. Yes, your majesty. They got a dragon watching them, that's kind of cool. You have protected my descendants, nay, the entirety of my nation, and followed our call to this very spot. You leave miracles in your wake. Yggdrasil is reborn, Seiji is whole, and by the grace of Altana you stand before us this day. You talking to me? Are you talking to me? Had to clean up my mess. Hit wrong macro with BB and didn't heal him like I wanted. Oh, that's quite alright. At least, what was the meme on Final Fantasy 14? Oh, I just remember a picture. And, I don't know, they were all talking, fighting a boss, and then one person was typing, I don't know, some letter over and over. And whatever it was, they were trying to move, but they hit a button and started typing, and they opened up the chat box, and then they died, and that happened a lot, apparently. I didn't have to experience it, I used the controller. Our star shines brighter than any. I mean your star. Pray tell me your name. I am but a humble man. Name is HEAVENSARMY. Pink mage extraordinaire. HEAVENSARMY. And a good name. It is. I will remember it, even in times of darkness. The rest is up to us. You're gonna take out the rest of it? Leave us be? Okay, he's gonna do some Hades, the time for you to enter eternal slumber has arrived. I wish my character would do stuff like this. Whoa, 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 whoa. Final Fantasy 15? What? What came out first? This game, this expansion, or Final Fantasy 15? Because Final Fantasy 13 had the Crystallis thing, but that never happened. So 15 came out instead. I compel you be gone. Because yeah, that's very, yeah, eat your heart out, Noctis. Exactly. That's exactly. All the kings can do that. Even King Regis, Noctis, anyone who got the thing. Oh. What? Why? Why indeed? I wasn't expecting that. Was he still sworn fealty to him? Why did you intervene, old friend? August, I cannot. Though I severed all ties with him and turned to you, and no matter how much I loathe him, I shall continue to despise him for all time. I cannot allow you to extinguish the small fire he awakened in my heart when we first met. I cannot. What's with that rainbow underneath of him? Yeah. Please, August, please allow me this one indulgence. I cannot allow him to remain. Then let me stay here with him. Have you taken leave of your senses? No. Smiles. I shall respect your will. The centuries have done little to change you, old friend. But know this, so long as you decide to remain with me, I will have you fight by my side. That goes without saying. Remain ever a man of mystery, Theodore. Yeah. I was expecting him to be banished into the realm and he'll never come back again, but it's different music. Roll the credits. Just kidding. Yeah, there's a little time left. Yeah, forget the old killing thing. I missed anyway, so it's too late now. We're all gonna go on. The two of us will be able to prevent a calamity from occurring, though it will take some time. The two of you. There's another who stands proudly with you. Oh, the Final Fantasy song. Always such a beautiful song. Ah, Queen Rosalina, your aid would be a boon. We take our leave. Sing to my wings, seekers of Alduin. Finally, we got the title. Wait, I'm by his tail. I don't think I'm ready for this. I am not on you, dragon. Do not take off. I don't want to walk or warp back. And your majesty, I bid you farewell. I hope my character eventually climbed on. May the ends of time bring us together once more. He was raising a cup, an invisible cup, but we got it. We're riding on a dragon. It's so nice to see things from older games. I mean, I kind of slacked off with the number that I was doing with Final Fantasy, with the Final Fantasy series. But I did do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Did I do 10 too as well? And then I skipped 11. See, that's where things went wrong, was with 11. But it was nice to see when things like, they're like, we did this, that was kind of cool. How about we do it again in another game and make it fancier, you know what I mean? Yes, the ending was really good to this expansion. Without a doubt, that was a good ending to this expansion. And that's all I can say. And those many years ago, we pledged that our deaths would serve a greater purpose. That oath takes form at last. I'm assuming there's still all like ghosts or undead or something, right? Come, friends. Because they can't be still in body form after thousands of years into the other realm, and things are just getting crazy if that's what starts happening. And I can get an immortality if I awaken and stuff. Ooh. Ooh. Shiny. I like shiny things. And bright things. Oh, the slow dragon fly away while the light goes everywhere. And they play this soft, slow song at like the ends of stuff. It's all sad, but when they play it at other points, it's a nice song. And lo, behold, as the drizzle back in her true form, and the two tigers watch over the land, the dragon. Is our story gonna be written down? Because, like, how many times have I, like, gone out and saved the world, but, like, everybody in town was like, we were under trouble, and then all of a sudden all the trouble stopped. You fight something, and I'm like, yeah, I did. They're like, cool. Thanks. And then I'm like, but I, like, stopped the world from exploding. And they're like, we don't believe that, but we do know that you might have did something. Okay. Back out in the jungle, I guess. Oh, all of the poison mist that's gone around is... Now it's all, like, life sprinkling stuff, and all the water's cleared up, and the jungle's safe again. Except when I go outside, all the monsters will still be there. We should have a beach party. I had my Beach King on. I assumed I was prepared for this scene. Last episode. Is this light from the World Tree? We passed over it as we fled, and its powers made manifest. These golden shimmers will bring new life into the weary land. New life? Rosalina pulled through for us. We owe her and those other two a huge debt. That we do. Princess, Heaven's Army. You sure pulled through when we need it, yeah? Yeah, I mean, sometimes. So glad I have a Warrior 99. Yeah, me too. I'm glad you warriored as a human, right at the end. Because if you didn't, I don't think we would have won either. More and more I think back on how that battle went. I'm just sorry I couldn't be standing by your side. No, Mormir. What you did was more than enough. The rest of you were the real stars. The Iron Fist of Hades is gone at last, and those of us who've seen it from the start to finish know more than any how much this means. Thank you. Of course, don't go expecting things to be all smiles and rainbows. The tough part's still ahead. There's another tough part after this? It's time to head back. Sure is. It's like another boss that, like, Balamor now is going to be even tougher. Yeah, I want that tiger at my house. You're 5? Awesome. The city is waiting for us. For you. We have to ride into the city. But I'm going to get all my stuff back. Yeah, I kind of assumed I have to run into Adoulin by zoning. But she did tell me to go there, and I best go there, right? Okay, we're here at that beach. Okay, I know where I'm at. I'd say race you there, but no. Well, now what do we do? I feel like we just, like, once this is all done, we've, like, finished Adoulin. I'm gonna be like, now we get to do other things. Also, Evans probably doesn't know, Afflatus Solus makes your cure grant target stone skin. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about this game. Because nothing pops up on the screen like I'm used to seeing. Since Final Fantasy I, if you cast Protect on your character, a little blue shield thing would appear by somebody's name or their status bar to whom you cast it to. But this game here, I can only see it on me, or if I hit like Cure or something that'll target the party, I can kind of see symbols by only real people's names, and not the trust, because I tried to see if I had refresh on the other trust as well, but when I scrolled over them, there's nothing there. It's all I see is tiny little images. So I'm not used to this interface. Interface is different from what I'm so used to seeing. So I never know if people have things on, if people have stone skin, because I think that's like a yellow upside down root kind of looking thing. so yeah, like it's hard to know what all of these things are unless you seriously devote yourself to this game, and I'm not going to do that. I've never seen stone skin applied from Solus. I've never either. We walk into town. Where's the other troublemaker at? The one that got sick? Where is she at? She better be alright. Look, it's Heaven's Army. There she is. She's talking on the screen. I was looking up at chat and I'm like, she better be here. And the princess too, because she was the one who was afflicted by the thing before, remember? And I said she better live, or this expansion's getting a 0 out of 10. Tiana, is that you? I mean Tia. Or dare I call her the proper name? You guys are the best. How do you know what we've done? You have 30 seconds based on the cure amount. Yeah, I have no idea what anything is. Of course I'm glad to see you. You've rescued everyone. I had the strangest dream. You dreamed? I saw you and Heaven's Army riding on a big white dragon and a bunch of pretty golden lights around you. That pretty much is what happened, yeah? And then the lights came to me, too, and I woke up. Oh, the tree healed everybody. What's Balamor gonna think about this? And Grandpa and Mama and Papa were there crying. Because adults always cry. I've mentioned before, like, in video games and anime, like, all the adults are crying, are absolutely useless, and the kids of the world has to go out and solve all their problems and fight dragons, and the adults are like, all I can do is sit here and cry. So yeah, anyway, just reminded me of that again. Are we learning more things about curing? Because, again, I don't cure. All I have is cure 3 and 4. It's pretty weak. They said I've been sleeping for a long time. I know what happened. You and Heaven's Army helped me just like you did back in the forest. Before it was some herbs for my grandpa, but this time you woke me from my dream. I know it. You may be right. You may be right. I knew it. Heaven's Army, can I ask a question? You just did. I'm leaving. Do you remember? You know, you have to say, can I ask you 2 questions? And I'd be like, yeah, all right, fine. Do you remember when me and the princess, you and the princess helped me? I do remember. And I said how much I want to learn magic. I actually, do I remember this? My brain is like, I don't remember her talking about learning magic. I actually don't. It has been forever ago, but still, I don't remember her talking. I remember just wanting to get the herbs, and then the things were teasing us, and we shooed them away, like growling at them. intimidating them with my sweet pose. And then they went away. Then the princess took her deeper into the forest, got the herb, and left. I do not remember her saying, I want to learn magic. So I'm gonna say, of course I do. I don't remember what I'm gonna say, yeah. I knew you would. I'm trying to unless she showed up the second time at the building right behind her. And she said something there, but I don't quite recall her saying that. Magic looks so wonderful, so I thought it'd be fun. But you know what I want to do now? I'm a pioneer. I want to be just like you. That big, strong, you forgot handsome. Pioneer. Fashionably gorgeous. you missed a few other pointers, but I'll let it slide. Then I can be friends with the forest and play with all the animals. That's I've got a new rival. We can be rivals? Don't think I'll go easy on you. How dare she? You'll never. Anyway, me and my friends are gonna do some training to become the bestest pioneers ever. See you soon. I told you she's after we beat the thing, she's gonna run off. She's gonna turn around and wave and run away. I called it. How many episodes was that ago? Like 10 episodes ago? Yeah. Big hugs to both of you. Well, now we walk to the castle. Or wait, do we talk to the buddy boy over there? Is the episode actually? No, that's not the time, right? There was a time loop. I looked down and it was like 2 hours. And I fought the boss once. And I ended up here and it's 2 more hours gone by? That's impossible. You have to wait game day anyway for castle stuff. But the time, 2 hours gone. It's vanished. I was watching. I last saw 2 hours. What? That means my alarm that went off was not the early one, but the other one. You're already adjusted to life to go to Adoulin Ranch? No, I have not. I'm leaving. I have to wait till next game day, so perfect. Much to my surprise, the episode's over. You may never have seen 1K needles. I have seen all of the crazy cactar attacks hit me in the face. I've had all of them. Thank you. I've played plenty of those Final Fantasies. We took a long time on that fight. We were playing it safe though, right? You didn't want us running up and getting blasted by Petrify and Silence and all the extra attacks too. But yeah. I don't think I want to see 1,000 needles, do I? Well, I mean, I'll live because I have more than 1,000 health, but it's the 9,999 needles I worry about. It's an instant, like, KO for whoever. Doesn't matter what armor they're on. I don't remember seeing anybody with that much HP. So yeah, don't want to see that on this game. Oh, it's divided by the party. Oh, well then everyone will live. Unless there's only 4 of us. Yeah, well, 1,000 needles is nothing. I'm just dreading the 9,000 and the 99,000 needles, which just is not fair. Anyway, I'll sneak over to my lovely musical place. Oh, are you and Ando going to be fighting cactars to show how all the things work? Because I'm going to be like, I'm checking out. Yeah, I can almost tell. 10,000 needles, you need a big party so you can absorb all of that damage between everybody. Well, by the next episode, at the very beginning, we go to the castle. We have to wait a game day. I guess we partied in town, and then we showed up the next game day. We actually have to sacrifice someone? I recommend Dragon. Uh, already worn out tonight. Yeah, that was really quick. That was really quick. I remember I remember fighting the vampire. I remember losing, what, 3 times? 2 times or 3 times to the boss. And then I watched the cutscene and 4 hours has gone by. So I've done 3 things. And 4 hours has gone by. I know losing takes up time, but still. Either that fight plus the cutscenes took up 2 hours, that's crazy. All I can say is that's crazy, because yeah, I lost track of time. I knew that item would be there if I left and came back, but I'll take it now. Sweet tomato juice and Ordell bronze piece. You know what? I'll stand by the flowers this time. Camera would behave itself. Yeah, it'll match my awesome armor. You be careful with your solace effects and stuff and all of that. Way to pull off the win for us, because the more and more I keep like replaying the battle over my head. Whatever happened, it wasn't on my end, so it was somebody else. And when we lost our tank and our guard, I'm like, uh-oh. Every time I get that we're close, that's when the boss goes, oh, let's tap in the hard mode. So yeah, well played. You tanked. My convert was not well timed, but it finally happened, and by the time I got that off, we won. So yeah, my convert didn't save the day at all. But yeah, either way, that was interesting. I'm assuming that these fights were just harder. And then we're going back to other content or even higher level content. Because I don't know what's going on with this game. All I know is that we kind of skipped a bunch of stuff. And we stopped Arrow, whatever that thing is called, because it was way too high of a level at the time. But we never got back to it because we lost Dragon. And then we just said, you know what, let's just keep doing Treasures of Arvagan and stuff, and I think that's what happened. I think that's what happened. We were following the story very well until Dragon went to work, and then Ondo and I was like, I'm having fun with Arvagan. Let's do the thingy. I want to fight Alexander. And I keep getting beat up by Nala. Naja, not Nala. Nala's from another Final Fantasy game, I think. You could probably solo most of it without trust. That's good. I kind of like content like that. Either way, it sounds good. I'm looking forward to it now. So I gotta remember that what we were doing, ROZ was with my Aurora? ROZ, we were getting elemental stones, and I went to a door. And then, or is that, I don't know what we're doing. We could explain it, you could tell me next episode. Yeah, I'd rather know next episode. ROZ is lying again. I remember lying from, we said Lion was after the Shadow Lord, but that was the beginning of the game. That was like episode whatever it was, very early. But after Lion, we went to Prishy, we went to Aurora, we went to Prishy again, and then we had not Nan, Narshi? No, not Narshi. Nincompoop? What is her name? I will find it. Nashmera! Nashmera the second. And we've done stuff, and then like there's too many people. If I'm seriously doing the story after the Shadow Lord is defeated, Lion's like, what's up? Weird. But is Lion attached to Aurora? Because what's Aurora attached to? I'm not saying Iroha, because that's not a cool name. Maybe it is, but it's not. It doesn't flow off of my tongue. So I'm going with Aurora. Either way, save it for the other game, the other the other episode that's coming up after this one. Yeah, so that it'll be all fresh. If you tell me now, I don't have anything written down. I'm gonna forget. All I know is ROZ is lion, and I don't believe it's just lion, right? Either way, this has been a pretty quick episode. I don't know if this was quick for you, but it went pretty quick for me. For whatever, that last half just disappeared. So yeah, there you go. Thanks, Heavenlies, for showing up and watching. And seriously, if you like what I'm doing, please hit those buttons. You know what to do by now. And I will see you all in the next episode. Take care.